funding formula. There's KSDE can't send out any money. What happens on that date could be, oh, this is the formula we're moving to. We're going to extend the current one more year, 2 more years. So, and as Gabby said, that depends on what you do. If you just tweak a few things, they could get done in April, and we could probably go in July. If it's significant changes, probably wouldn't be possible, and that meant that if you could, in the current formula, or actually that's the. And again, it depends on how much they change. But you have to do something by June.
Are going to be $700 million in the red.
So if there's no change to taxes and spending, in 28, 29, it will have a $700 million. And right now there's in surplus, and then the equalization fund there about.
And that was based on April estimates. So
I just thought they needed to know.
And awesome. Some of that is that, tax receipts have been coming in better, so we're probably. So, if nothing has happened yet, all just ideas. What we've been telling district folks is, again, Gabby said, hey, why are you moving to a student-based model? Nobody said they're doing that yet. Now, the task force has said that's what they're interested in because they like everything. You certainly could start talking to legislators about why you think a student-based model is a good idea, bad idea, or if when this is being considered, let's make sure that things to maximize revenues or how it goes. So those are the kinds of things. At this point, a lot of it, the legislators are not going to be very aware of what's going on. And so asking them questions about task force and what are your thoughts about it? But yeah, if you are vehemently opposed to a student-based formula, I'd start thinking about why that is. And if it's just because we don't want something, not a great idea. If there are good reasons for that, so it's about, we're talking about this. Here's some things to think about. Those are always good conversations to have with legislators.
Creek, early childhood, those things are also discussed in August.
So Part C came up a little bit in the September meeting. Only is it because it was one of the recommendations of the working group that this will have to be considered. So it wasn't anything specific. We actually didn't look at how Maine was. The easiest way is that you just allow for the enrollment of
Wichita would flow through to our infant toddler instead of.
Well, so what it's probably, in my head, the way it would be is you would be contracting for that service. The other way to do it is actually just instead. And so whatever the funding has been, special teacher reimbursement, it is sent to KDHE as a way to fund Part C, not through the Department of Education. Again, all those are things that we get a lot of questions about. Well, let's wait and see what. If they come back and say, yeah, we just go to a student-based model, how can we improve what we're doing? But recommendation, education. These are the questions. I would appreciate the announcement.
You can always come back to this group and ask questions or ask for input too.
Part C, SICC, there's somebody from SIC, the state and coordinating council that's for this early childhood stuff that's on.
So the
KKO
only,
was-
sorry,
Was KKO, Kathy?
She was
not?
no.
Okay.
the only early childhood representative on the task force is the director of the children's cabinet. The legislation. But certainly if there's, I mean, certainly
Yeah.
take feedback and then, but it's not.
Directors in the working group also operate Part C
That's what I was
programs.
asking, like, there's some, it's such a huge population, people don't realize they think like one grade level, but
I will tell you that several members of the task force have early childhood in general has come up. Have early childhood, the K-12. Some of you K-12. So that's going to be a little bit different for Part C, which is, I mean, because the special education requirement, especially for 3 and 4-year-old at risk, it's
The statement, really, the chair of the committee said that this committee was not designed to discuss pre-K. This is K-12. That because she is not supporting pre-K. This need to be home with their parents. When she publicly hear the testimony, you'll hear her say that.
What's her name again, please?
Renee. Ribbon.
Thank
Can I ask you a
you.
question?
happy to
Fine.
come back here. I mean, meet again and probably after the
Hey,
legislature.
Bert, can I ask you a question?
Sure, be online.
Can you hear me? Hello?
No, we can hear you.
The question I'd like to ask is why the states? Why they selected Oklahoma, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana? Why not states like Nebraska? It just seems that the states that were selected to do some initial analysis are ranked quite low in education, bottom 5 in terms of some of the ones that were mentioned. So I'm just wondering in terms of reference points, why they selected those for an understanding. Thank you.
I will say generally, we were not part of the selection process for the states. A similar question was asked at the task force meeting too of why states. I don't know that we got a clear answer why the states were selected other than they wanted to see a cross section of different types of models. And those ones seem to be models that we could put our data in and see pretty accurately what the impact would be for 24, 25. They did select some other states about based on our data, we weren't able to model them. So that was also a consideration.
No, they originally started in the early meetings looking at all the neighboring states. So that's some of it started that way. But as Gabby said, we were not involved in which states we should pick to model. And and to answer your question, actually to not answer it, but the question was asked at the task force and was not answered there as well.
Okay, thank you. I just reference point and context that is always helpful in terms of as you look at models. But thank you.
I will say we've actually tried to tell folks that if there's a state that is doing it right, I mean, and no state is doing it perfectly in all areas, but if there are states that is a great model, we can look at it. Again, as Gabby said, there are some states that doesn't mean we couldn't. It just that it's difficult to model. Probably, but I mean, again, from my point would be is getting it right. We're only going to do this every 10 years. Getting it right is the most important thing, even if it takes 2 years to implement what's. I don't see that a failure of the task force. If you find something that everything's important, then take the time to do it right. But so I would recommend.
One more.
Thank
One
you.
more question has come up. Are there any plans to possibly do any? That plans were on states. We kind of have to get the information on this selected, but we have not been requested to do any other models, but it wouldn't surprise me if in the future they wanted to tweak a couple things and look at some different states, but not so far.
Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item, again, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. Assessment cut scores and disabilities outcomes, with Julie Hewitt.
Julie's not here, Brooke, taking spot, and she was gonna come down. So she should.
Okay.
Here we take a break.
Yep, we'll just take a short break. Next 5 minutes, but if that doesn't work, then take it.
I use.
I think it was 12. was in September 9th, 2024 to 20th, 2024. The new window was March 3rd, 25 to April 25th, 2025. New testing web windows, I believe they're published online already. General summative assessments, math, ELA, and science. Math and ELA were tested in grades 3 through 8 and 10th grade. And the estimated time to complete, students were untimed, but the estimated time to take it was between 2 and 5 time, estimated time, but it was grades 5, 8, and 11. With the new forms, hopefully to better capture what is being assessed and being looked at those individual levels. Level, the new level descriptor is that a student at level 1 shows a limited ability to demonstrate the knowledge and skills of their grade and content standards. Level 2, a student shows a basic ability to demonstrate knowledge and skills at their grade and content level. A level 3 student shows a proficient ability to demonstrate their knowledge and skills of the grade and content level. Shows an advanced their knowledge and skills of their grade and content standards. So from level 1 to level 4, it's basic ability, proficient ability, and advanced ability. So for those who have access to the slide deck, that's wonderful. If not, I'm going to do my best to you're seeing here. The next slides are the breakdown. All students, and in this subsection of special education students. So level 1 for math, all students, about 28% of all students were in level 1, while about 37% of all students were in level 3 and 4. Then we have our special education students. Level 1, about 59% of students were in level 1, while about 24% of special education students were in level 3 and 4 for that proficiency range. In the next slide, the breakdown of special education student performance from 2024 and the 2025 school year. Pause here and emphasize that as these are 24 assessment and then the new revised 25, they are not completely comparable. There are different items being measured at standard setting this summer. We had experts from across the state come and weigh in. So it is not a one on there. In 2024, you had about 61% of and in 2025, 59% of those students were in level 1. Not necessarily the different assessments, but I provided that comparison because I know people are. Go to the Kansas Assessment website and search concordance tables on their resources. There is resources what a comparison across the test. So like a 300 in the old test would be equivalent to. So if you're getting really into the weeds, we would be happy or at least willing to talk through that with you. That was math. And we're looking at all of the students who took the general assessment and then the subsection of special education. Okay. Last year, about all were in level 1, while 40 for special education students, about 6 or 15% in 4. And we have the comparison between 24 and 25 with our special education students. And they're not exactly the same, they're not comparable in the way that we could treat. For both years, about 63% of special education students in level 1 general assessment. In 24, about 11% were in level 3 and 4. In the most recent one, so bigger jump in population were in that proficiency. We have the science assessment for last year, looking at all of the students. And 41% of students were in level 3 and 4 for proficiency. Looking at the special education students specifically, about 57% were in level 1, while 17% were in level 3 and 4 proficiency range. And then the final slide, looking at the comparison between 24 and 25, 64% of special education to 24 were in level 1. You see about 56% students were in level 1. Again, not comparable. I'm going to say that again and again, just so we're not confusing how to look at that. For proficiency, about 14% in 2024, with that greater jump to 17% in 2025. I know without being able to see the table or all the data, that could be a little bit hard to digest. Do you have any questions?
Hi, I'm Marvin Miller here. Just a quick clarity. This does not include any DLMs.
This is just for the general assessment.
This is Lindsay Graff. So a lot of information in the field anyways, and I believe even in some of the literature that's come out from KSDE, discusses the cut scores and the reason we needed to really look at some of those cut scores. Obviously, when you change a test, that's the prime time to do that, but also that we were maybe at a higher standard, or our scores were not aligning across the state. So one of the exact examples, we had kids that would perform and get a level 2, but may go get a 22 on the ACT. That was an example I just read yesterday. In looking at, and I know this is really special ed focused, not gen ed on the apples, but it doesn't appear that that really is changing the number of people still in level 1, still in level 2, and 3 and 4 is what I thought was one of the.
So in some cases, you're that the numbers come up, or look, when you look at the grade breakdown, one of the things that this in third assessments that were basically easier than previous year. There's a lot more students doing well performing proficiency. And then as they go through the grades, those tests become and so we don't have as many. One of the things that the groups like with how do you make them? We don't have so many students really well in third and fourth grade, and then it looks like they're not performing as well later on. Because we know in other things like PPT, other measurements, students are really performing, understanding the grade standards, but the assessment wasn't as accessible for them to demonstrate those abilities. And there's continually looking at how stable is the system. Right. What previously we could look at it. One thing to note with the science test specifically is that the science performance for this year, grades 5 and 8, the 11th graders took the assessment, but with the so many students on the lower end that the entire scale wasn't being used, and so we are really fixing that. Don't know if I answered all of your questions.
Yeah, you did answer a good portion of it. I think this will be something we can do over time, but we are comparing across states and that performance level. I mean, not that we all measure in 1, 2, 3, 4. Is I don't really see where it's balancing anything back out. And I acknowledge that in 1 year, and there's so many new factors, right? I hope that in terms that does do what one of the intended outcomes.
Question, I'm sure Julie would collaborate with her to explore the specific questions and what.
Well, and it may just be time, it may just be future years.
So I think, you know, one of the things that we keep hearing from our legislators is that level 1 and 2 means that they're elementary. And so can you talk a little bit about, but again, I mean, you talked about it a little bit, but what is level 1?
So. How does. Those limited basic proficient advanced ability. It's not about being above or below grade level. It's all in reference to grade levels. We have a vertically aligned assessment. We can only look at standards at that grade level. So if a student performs level 1 grade, that's below grade level, or that they're at second grade level, they're not being able to demonstrate a proficient.
There is a somewhere and information. I think Julie said with state assessment, and it's this one. That's this book.
So where it has assessment cut score setting. Not sure if I've seen the specific.
Kind of answers your. But the information that's relevant, and we'll make sure you. That's because I think it's important. It describes. And we've been living with a misaligned system.
And that's what I referenced.
Talks about students that have a 2 can score 22 on an AC. The way that I understand the way that these set the basic is that basic. So it doesn't mean that you're limited in the sense that if you get a 2, grade level. We look at that. We don't look at 2 and 3 as a line. Legislators want to also say that anything that scores below a 3, and that's. So I think the real issue is that under the new assessment, if they have a 1, then yes, that student's going to have someone below grade level, and that either math or ELA or science or all of it. If they're at basic, it means that they're meeting a minimum standard of requirement for that grade level. Then if they're proficient, they're performing at that above average range. If they're advanced, it means they're accepted. Then that grade level content, we always have to consider it's the grade level content of the grade the child's enrolled in that we're measuring. So I could be advanced in 3rd grade and I could be basic by the time I get to 11th grade. So I think it's just an issue of it's one assessment, it's one measurement tool, it's 40. The standard error of measurement is very high because the item variety is going to be different. 2 items that measure one standard. think that's another consideration in my psychometry training, about how many items do you have? The larger the standard error measurement.
Not looks like, but the reality of the rhetoric that's coming out about everybody should be a 3 or 4. And then what that relates to in the field, that must be here. And it's really changing that. And this is not you guys, this is like a little bit, because I have a kid who tested as a 2. And I was like, this. Those content standards for that grade level. But it's dictating then. If you can do it, like he's fine, and so then having to have those fights as an educator versus, necessarily what does each needing some of that dialogue is really.
Well, also, is it a valid assessment? So hard, they don't want to try, so they hit the button. They come to this at the Great Ideas Conference about it. The class had learned that you had to count to 10 because show an error. So you just got the 10, hit a button, and you reached your ceiling. So is that a valid assessment? I think we went put it in limits. And that's the problem that I have. Everybody's putting the weight into this one assessment. We have interim assessment. We have grade level executives. We have the fast bridge day. Use your interims, your formative, and use this as one tool to say, how is this child doing? How is it doing within the standards? Because that's what we're all supposed to be aligned to. It's one of our fundamentals is standards alignment. So I think we've got to look at this as one measurement, not one measurement. And politicians, we want to look at it as the measurement and then be the. But I think it's the way that the 141 individuals that came together assessment to say, is this at grade level? Is this at grade level? Is it below grade level? We want to set cut scores. And they did such a good job with it that alignment is perfect. It's a different assessment. But when you look at the performance, that say, well, you made an easier test. It's not an easier test. But it's not easy. So, and then 11th grade had such few students who scored in a range that they couldn't set the cut scores in science. They couldn't cut it. So a fourth of the students were scoring in a range that could actually score. There was no perfect score. As how are we going to address it? So thank you, Bert. That was great to go through students with disabilities. But we know. Anything more questions?
Questions from anybody? Absolutely.
Something that I'm reminded in my talk about, measurements are not good or bad. Depends on the data that is given. If the students are not motivated, paying attention, if they're not give their all, then that measurement isn't able to accurately reflect what they're saying. The second thing I wanted to hear is in the whole idea of item, they were not saying or B or C that you there's a level. If a student could answer the item based efficient advanceability, being able to identify the specific items that partly goes into this isn't looking at above or below grade level. And the item is whether they got level it falls into.
The chat behind you there, but, this is saying we teach class, but important. Forward, we're not moving towards learner outcomes. And then Melanie Hoff, meeting or death. Right. The process that was used to convene and set the cut scores.
Thank you, Joyce. Could you, perhaps since all of us are not online, just do that link? Yeah.
On my slide deck, my contact information as well as Julie. Thank you. She was ready to party.
Okay. Is Andy? It's supposed to be 11. Yeah, we're a little running ahead of schedule. Yeah. Do you want to move in and talk about indicators? Then we can back to Andy.
But my problem's gonna be is I may need somebody. People don't have it.
Is it in the one, it is in this.
Is it?
Yeah.
Did you get it?
Next.
Excellent.
Emailed all of us.
Oh, this is. Choice indicators. Let me find it.
You want my copy back?
Here. I found it finally. Yeah, then I'm Carrie Roger. And I'm giving an indicator 3 SPP APR presentation. By the way, she's in Ireland, enjoying a vacation. Assessment. So, as you look at the information that's been shared with you, just think in terms of two measures. Actually, look at indicator 3. One is how many students participate in the assessment. So you'll find on the one page, what is indicator 3? Indicator 3 rate for children with diabetes. And indicator 3 measures the assessment proficiency of children with IEPs. Indicator 3C measures proficiency rate for children with IEPs against alternate academic achievement standards. That's when somebody mentioned it. And then 3D is the gap in rates. They're all things that we have to collect data on annually and that we have to report in the annual SPP APR report, which will be submitted by February 1 of 2026 for the 2024. It's always lag data that we're reporting because it's cleaned up and ready to report until that year out. So I wanted you all to know that the data source is in the consolidated state performance report, and we did get that. So initially, got our customers early enough that able to go ahead and fill this in for us so that I could present it to you today. Because one of the things we'll ask you to do in November is to go ahead and give it an out of approval for what at baseline and target, because we have to set a new baseline for indicator 3 because we changed the effect. We have to set a new target, which has to be higher than the baseline. All right, a new, which will be next year. We'll have 5 years that we'll be setting new targets and cut scores, which you all helped us do back in 2020. So it'll be an opportunity for us to have that whole process. But in the interim, we have to do it automatically for the new assessment year, which was last year. After this year, we'll have to have a target. So that's basically the whole thing. Maybe the new enhanced general information. And then we heard the 10-year-old test, and you'll have legislators, they weren't told that they told us we can't change these, but that's not true. They passed a bill that said that we can't change the targets, or I'm sorry, the standards. So the standards can't be changed, but we didn't change the standards. But we did change the assessment because it's outdated. The information and the questions were outdated, tired, and became familiar to students. So we have that. Based on current education needs, we have technology changes over the last 10 years. And teachers and admin asked for a shorter assessment. So that's why there are only 40 items from 55. Moved to 40. And then the performance level descriptors were not clearly defined in the prior assessment, and they wanted to clean that up to the limited basic proficiency. What's not changed is expectations on rigor are still high, and then the full performance level. They could go to 5 level. So how's it different? Shorter. We had new items that have been added. It has technology enhanced items. Replace the multiple choice items, and then language. And then the new performance level descriptors have been adopted to provide greater clarity around what the assessment is actually measuring. And expectations. That's the thing about that vertical alignment. One of the things that were purported opportunity to perform in the next versus all of a sudden it just gets some kids this way, most going that way, increasing the ones. So why did Kansas need to establish these cut scores? Because the assessment changes, such as the updated standards language, broader content coverage, new types can alter what students are expected to demonstrate. And then using the cut scores from a previous version of the assessment results on the new assessment would be misleading, potentially attributing performance differences to changes in student ability rather than difference in the test itself. I'll slow down to make sure that we're so sheet. And double crank. And to ensure accurate interpretation, new cut scores, new reporting score were established for the updated. So I've told you why we need new baselines and targets. We changed the methodology and the data. So 3 requirements for target set. You have to be rigorous, yet it's stakeholders, and that you are one of those stakeholders. The most critical one is our special ed council when it comes to our differentiated monitoring system. Because you're the ones that get to hear the information about how we're doing this process. As you did last year, requirements informed. And you're really good at helping us make decisions, supporting the work of KSDE specialists. The last time show improvement. They don't have to show tremendous improvement, just have to show improvement. And the state must clearly and completely explain the rationale. Before they left, we had a conversation. So here's some historical trends for the data for 4th, 8th, and 10th grade, which we report. You'll see targets and actual data, or maybe you don't see them, but they are there. And the idea was to look at over time, for example, 4th grade, it was 21.45, which was set in 2020. That's a baseline. And believe 3B is the one that talks about measures the assessment proficient IEPs against grade level academic standard. You'll notice that the target has gone up, but our performance is actually, this year it's gone up, but I don't see it going up. Went up from down in 20, down in 22 and went up in 23. I'm looking. And then eighth grade is 6.45. And we've gone up and down at that eighth grade benchmark as well. Eighth grade was 6.2, and we actually have achieved that target at 10th grade, 6.28. Getting data, it is limited. In the historical math data, we have our actual data set in 2020 for each 4th and 8th grade and 10th grade. And you can see that actually in 10th grade, our math has gone up 3.32 to 4.65. Our data for 16 to 16.31. It has gone from 0.76 to 6.25. So we seem to be seeing good trend data in math. ELA not so much. And then 3D, I keep going back to my cheat sheet so I tell you accurately, is children against the alternate academic assessment. So when you look at that, you're looking at kids' proficiency that took the DLM. You'll see 4th, 8th, 10th grade. What we did in 4th grade is shown that we have gone above 26.06 at 4th grade. It's 26.35. We haven't gotten back there, but we're not 4.1. And then our 10th grade has been 21.22, 6, which shows us up. So when I say gone up, which is what they want us to doing in performance for our students with disabilities. And that is using the dynamic learning maps.
So Bert, can I stop you just a
Yes, please
second?
do.
On your 3B for ELA and math, it's major. So that rate, the target rate, is that equivalent to a assessment score of a 2, 3, or 4?
Sure.
A 3 or 4.
Be considered to be meeting the proficiency standard. Yep. And one of the things that people thought is that taking the dynamic learning higher, which are standards that are set for them that are based upon grade level standards. So that from the general assessment for students with disabilities to the alt assessment, that we're seeing that huge difference in the range of scoring. Hope that helps. So it is a lump. I think that's what I'm trying to say. And then we did that when we did ELA. I think that was next. And what we've shown in math is that we actually have increased from the basic 8th grade, 8th grade, and 10th grade. Not a lot at 10th grade, but we have shown improvement. So we're above the baseline of that meeting report. Then you have to do a statement right, why justify that students were not performing at the target. And then we have slippage statements that we write and we submit to OSEP each time that we do not miss or that meet the targets. So 24-25 proficiency data. She says it'll be shared with the state board in October, so you'll get it in a couple of weeks. After that, it'll be available in the building report card. Indicator 3D data performance. You'll notice that the ELA at 4th grade is scored at 21.92 for proficient. At 8th grade, 11.57, and 10th grade, 6. I know it's hard to see. Math, we're at 18.6, down to 9.87. for 8th grade and 8.21 in math. So you can see some trend data there that shows that our students pretty well in the ELA and math and by the country. Which are different. So it's something we have to pay attention to, but of course they're required to have much more skill set when they're at the high school level. And then the indicator 3D ELA data, and that 3D, back to my cheat sheet, is the measures the gap in proficiency between IEP students and general education students that have IEPs. You'll see the proficiency rate for all students in ELA at 4th, 8th, and 10th grade. So comparatively speaking, 48.78% all students ELA at 4th grade, 39.75 at 8th grade, 37.09 at 10th grade. Then you see the IEP students taking the data from the previous slide and plugging it in. And then you see the gap. And the idea behind this is when we report 3D, we want to close the gap. So are we moving in a direction to where our gap is getting narrower or is our gap growing? And with the new assessment, this is going to be something we'll watch. I think some students encountered this assessment. It was an test they'd never seen. The question responses they probably had never seen. Next, see how they perform for both groups. Students without disabilities and students with disabilities. The math data is on the next slide. It's showing you that 41.65% of all students were proficient in math at 4th grade, 37% at 8th grade, about 33% at 10th grade. Students with disabilities, much lower, 18.36 at 4th grade, about 10% at 8th grade, and 8% at 10th grade. And so that gap is a little bigger than with the ELA. So we have to report this data annually. And then target setting for indicator 3, which is why we're having this conversation, is we want to get your information. We decided we'd move at 0.1, and that's in the past, because you'll notice the data isn't changing a lot. So we don't want to have an aggressive bar that we're saying that we know can't be met. And because it is a new assessment, it's a little bit of growth so that we have time then to build the baseline for the next 5-year SPP APR, which will be brought to you. So you'll notice in 4th, 8th, we took those same scores that we showed you, and we looked at 25, which is this year, and we have pushed them all out by 0.1, so that we're showing that we'll be above the baseline next year. That will be what we recommend to you in November. We'll have Carrie hopefully by then that she can answer additional questions you may have. And then the same will be true of 3D. We move that 0.1%, and that's the gap. So we want that gap. I don't know why we have it. We do have it going down, which is what we want. We want the gap to decrease. So we've got each of those reduced by 0.1. And then how do we determine these targets? Well, because we reviewed the data from 2023, saw that we were not making as much growth down and back up. We set the baseline at during this. Then ensure and this year, which will be our last year for this 5-year process. And then 3D, I mean, data and Carrie, so do you have any questions? Do my best. We would love to see students with disabilities performing at any level and being proficient. We have a long ways to go. So I've been reading some information about the one way that some states are, Vermont, and Louisiana, 2 states that 5-step. One of the things that they're doing is including students with disabilities in core instruction. They're not being pulled out. They have specially designed core. They're actually in the core. These 2 states are showing growth. Disability. Introduced to the content. And having strong educators, they're able to differentiate and adapt. Supports and services, if you will, in the room. They're also not. They want students to be more independent. And so they're giving students opportunities to be challenged and to find their way, get specially designed instruction from a qualified teacher. It's not that they've done away with pairs altogether, because you have your low incidence students that require a lot of support. But the majority of your students are being included in core instruction for math and ELA. That alone is some huge growth for student achievement. So I'll give you more information on it. I'm reading an article that published information on those 2 things and adopting this process and how it's already making a difference for their students with disabilities. But, I'm not happy with this data. I don't know about you, but it's the best that we can do because they're students with disabilities for a reason. They're not moving or in it makes them. That's why they're referred in the first place. We require specially designed instruction, including accommodations, so that they have access and that they can achieve the best that they can. Do what we're provided. We have kids that we just hand pick out and then we put teaching. So I'm really interested in what this group can do and bring to the table on how we can do a better job of educating our students with disability through evidence-based practices that are showing proven results overall student populations of students with disabilities. So we might want to spend some time doing some research and some analysis to see what works, because we have to do something different. We're going to see our students with disabilities achieving at a proficient level. But more importantly, it's not about proficiency, it's about success in life. It's about success as a human being, success as a partner in relationships, success with being a taxpayer, helping me retire and helping pay my social security. Just the things that we expect for adults. I don't want to get on my it's too long. But I do want you to give me some feedback on if you think that the 0.1 up for 3B and down for 3B is sufficient. So we will ask you to come back in November and give us a nod, or if you agree, Carrie can be there to answer any additional questions. Melissa would have been here, but Melissa's out too. So you get.
I personally think the 0.1 is very appropriate given the new assessment. I mean, I think we need more, data, which we'll have at least another year of data before we have to set those 5-year targets. So.
I'm concerned on the math one. Speak. And
3B
starting
or
out,
3D?
well, probably both, but started with 3B. Again,
I'm like, I think it's appropriate for the 1 year.
because if we'll come back and do this next year in our new 5-year plan.
Yes, absolutely.
And then I guess we'll see a little bit more data, but that's quite a bit aggressive from previous. So I can't tell if that's just an anomaly. We'll have more data next year, but that ELA I was okay with. That's right range, but that's a pretty.
I do have a question. Is it possible for the state assessment data to be separated out by disability?
As long as the N would not identify an individual student, I'm sure we can disaggregate the data, disability category, if it was marked on the assessment. But I don't know that the requires, as, and I'm getting heads say, no, it doesn't. So if we haven't collected that data, we probably can't decide. That's a good question.
I was thinking it's hard to use the information because the impact of the disability has such a wide range on the student. We have deaf students who are on grade level. And then we maybe will have, how can we compare this to another student who has cognitive disability? Cognitive, and not be low enough to be able to take tests on this grade assessment.
Take the all.
I don't know, there's such a wide range of disabilities that it covers.
And yes, we know that too. Lena, Lindsay, being in the field, anything? Because you don't mark anything on the assessment.
No, it'd have to be corporate.
Yeah, I think it would take a lot of manpower. I mean, because it's all gonna be tied to their kids' ID, so the data's gonna be there, but it's not my understanding that KSD would be able to pull a report that would already have that field of data. So if we were to request it, somebody would have to manually cross-reference all of that by kids' ID, which doesn't mean it can't be done, but I don't think it would be jumping.
Ask my IT if that's possible.
And I'm not convinced that will be helpful. Because it really comes down to bonuses. For the diagnosis.
And I think if I were looking at visually impaired or deaf hearing impaired students, and I wanted to look at that data alone, how are they performing on the state assessment? And then I might be able to decide assessment that's positive agent for them not to perform well, or is it they're not getting the education that they need to be successful on it? I think that's what I'm looking at. I think learning disability is a continuum. Some kids have minor issues, some are in math, some are in reading. Are they getting appropriate accommodations? Was the accommodation
I
appropriate?
think under learning disability, that's such a wide range, so I don't know how much you're gonna be able to really dig down on it. But maybe in some of the other areas that she may specifically be looking at, maybe you could make some other determinations or at least things. The learning disability, the same way with.
The disabled students.
Very wide.
It's a good question. I can ask. I don't mind asking. I mean, if. And it would be data that would.
I know it'll be making more work for somebody.
I mean, we're here to work. That's our job.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you for listening. All right, we'll sit down.
Have a seat, Carrie.
And Andy.
All right, we will move on to CEE and student with disabilities with Andy Ewing. Come on up, Andy. You're the next contestant on the SEAC show.
Great, everyone. Council members. I'm Andy Ewing and am the consultant who works with Indicator 14 with the SETS team and the MOA coordinator, populations expert with the CTE team. And so I bunch navigate that balancing act between the teams, trying to move CTE special education closer together. So really appreciate the opportunity to connect with you and talk about that. Voice. Well, you can put our.
We can't,
So here we go.
they're working.
Working on it, so
Yeah.
we'll just wing it. I anticipate perhaps there will be tech issues, so you have a paper copy of a toolkit. So I recognize that people like to dive right in and start making looks at things. We're gonna get to that in just a minute. We want to be very careful to explain to you that this is a sneak peek. We've been working on this toolkit for some time. It is not complete, not finished. This is a preliminary draft. You're going to find in it references, KSDE staff insert, case study, your divisions. So please do not copy and distribute this. Very preliminary. Lots of work done yet. So we'll get back to that in just a moment. You'll see, if we had our PowerPoint, that we're going to start with Perkins. What is Perkins 5? That's the legislation that guides CT. Perkins 5 establishes 8 different special populations and requires schools to track those populations and make sure they are included in CTE pathways. One of those special populations is students with disabilities. And we're going to talk primarily about those, but I do want to introduce you to other pathways, including students or individuals from economically disadvantaged communities, non-traditional career paths, students who are homeless, single parents. And by single parents, Perkins legislation is talking about students who are single parents, not students who are from homes or single parents. And that category would include females who are pregnant. A lot of workforce individuals, we rarely see at our level, but at post-secondary level, that is something they work with. English learners, large category here in Kansas, and youth who are in or have aged out of the foster care system.
Incarcerated youth.
Pardon me?
How do incarcerated youth?
They may be included.
Because there's a large population in the state.
It is. They are not identified as a special population. But do some checking. Intent of the law is to identify these special populations and ensure participation in CTE pathways. So for that particular population, for adjudicated youth, we do have programs in our state system, robust programs, CTE programs for those students. Numbers are tremendous. So we can talk more about that, but I'll need to dive into where they fit into which special population category specific. So final special population being students who are from a family with one or more parents who are serving on active duty. And I wanted to start that with purpose. So why is it important that we connect special education and CTE? First slide. team data. I get into the date of birth was just sharing. Well, I can tell you that our data is improving. I can tell you that the number of districts who are opting in to conduct these interviews, because indicator 14 flows from interviews on an IEP who graduate exits at the end of their education will receive a call 1 year after. There are two methodologies behind that. Districts can opt in, conduct their own interviews, or we have a call center who districts submit contact information to a with families and students on behalf of the school district. Typically, the response rate is 10% or less. We all know what happens when we get a call from a call center. On the other hand, for districts who choose to opt in and conduct those interviews, that response rate goes up astronomically. They're around 55 or 60% response rate on average. Much better. So as we look to that and continue to grow that number of districts opting in, we expect to see growth. But I want to connect you with three measures. Maybe the number of our students who left school while being served on an IEP, who went on to enroll in higher education. Target was 23.2%. Data came in just above at 3.8%. Measure B tracks the number of students enrolled in higher ed, employed. And when we talk about employed, we're talking about competitive integrated employment. So they're employed for way higher, they're employed with non-deserving peers and etc. Served under the in school and the number who are participating in CTE. That's important, something that's important to us at KSDE, something that's important to me personally, something we want to work on, hence we're weekend.
And when you say about 10% our students, those are disabilities, IDE.
Is absolutely correct.
Andy, I'm sorry, back up online. Where are you at within that data? Are you in the data central?
We are,
Okay.
absolutely.
And then which item are you?
Oh, just a second. Okay, if you pull up. Scroll down. Here's the button for it. we don't have the ability, obviously, to connect you with the APR reports to show you specific indicator 14 data. Can't get you through into the KSDE web applications to show you data that is available. So you'll see those links later. They are an important source of information. What we're asking schools to do is to evaluate to specific data for the pathways they have available in their high schools. A pathway, we have any student under the IDEA? If we have, do we have some, and does that percentage been through an extensive process to develop the toolkit, clean up. Part of that, I got to give her a hand. She's one of the most proactive and forward-thinking directors I've known. So kudos to you for, because honestly, we live in a compliance world. Struggle just to stay compliant. But compliance isn't all it is. It's just be get our students to where they need to be. Hence that indicator 14 gap students who are showing up. We've got some work to do. This is one step now. Let's get there.
The case studies, when you read them, it's what you deal with as a special ed teacher when you're trying to get kids into the classes and the teachers are like, no. It's constant. It's a battle.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. We hear about that. And the interactive portion of our meeting is a great lead.
I was going to say on the third one, the cool thing about the girl in the wheelchair, well, she's got to do this at home. So give her the tools that she needs, grab sticks, different things like that to handle. I mean, it's simple things, but people don't think about.
We have some case studies, 3 of them to be exact, and I absolutely want to get your engagement. These are things that we hear about. I get phone calls all the time, and these are the scenarios that present. I want you to experience that, starting with Susie, high school sophomore. Susie has an intellectual. She has special education pull-out services. She has speech services. She has OT services. She wants to participate in FACS class. She has goals, specific goals. She has a goal to count to 20. Goal to group like items, a goal to recognize specific sight words, a goal to increase fine motor skills, a goal to improve articulating. Just to give you a little bit of background, we don't get a complete story. We get Max teacher is really weird. No, she can't. She's just not saying all the things that are needed. We got to do something different. I've got so many students in my class. I'm really worried. I'm not comfortable. So what do we do? Any thoughts? Besides Rebecca, I know what you're going to do. It's a barrier, right? That people run into on a fairly consistent basis.
Mm-hmm. A yearly basis, every time kids go to get their new schedules, the teachers come and visit. You can't do this. Yeah, we can.
It's a habit and it's a conversation. So connecting that teacher with restrictive, getting this decision is really important.
One thing you do is you adapt, have the chalk cut, unless the child has a proper tool for cutting the need. You can have them do counting, you can have them do articulation and talk about what they're doing as they're, I mean, barriers to CTE, to me, they don't exist. I had kids in the woods that were extremely disabled, that were one of the best sanders in the classroom. Somebody else did the cutting. I mean, you adapt the content to meet the need of the child. They learned how to do woodworking. I had kids woodworking, I had kids in ag, I had kids in fax. I mean, there's no excuse for it, really. And when I hear about it, I don't want to say I get my hair on the back of my neck up a little, but I'm kind of like, what have you tried to give this child access to this program? And not, I'm scared they can't pass a safety exam.
Safety tests, another barrier. To fast forward in Susan's case, Susie was not the student. The team did all of the things for they itemized here as they reviewed the curriculum for the FACS class. They identified here are the skills and competencies she'll be measured against. They cut to the goals. So counting, the cutting teacher was, alleviated of some concern because there are lots of tools to use, the slice and dice that don't require you actually handle the time. You also have protective equipment that this teacher does. We find that throughout CTE courses, whether it's in the Blitz class, there are with sensors that will stop the saw. And it's about to be, fingers about to be cut off. The latest and greatest, now they're expensive, has them yet, but they're to address these things and the EP team should consider. And I think we have a case study at number 3, and I want to connect you with that one as well because this is nuance, right? Two sides. So Smith was a recent call I fielded. An experienced FACS teacher, been in the classroom for 26 years, as I recall. She teaches 6 classes each day. She's in a large school. In one of her classes, though, she has a group of 28. She's got 4 kitchen stations in the classroom. And out of that 28 of them, 8 of those students are students. Yeah, a little overwhelmed. Is this even legal? So, and I'm going to be honest with you, this is a scenario that presents more often than you. And so teachers who will find themselves in that position year after year become pretty students. And it's you need to do a better job administratively reviewing schedules because this comes up when our special needs students served under the IDEA, we're loath to pull them out of core classes, right? We want to keep them in the core instruction. So the special ed teacher has to have X amount of time with them and is going to do that at a time that's available in their schedule. Unfortunately, that impacts that student's ability then to access those CTE courses. And of course, you end up with a situation like this, right? Where you've got a whole lot of students who have this one class period available, and we want to get them into FACS. So, they continue to work in that school to address that, to look at their scheduling. How do we alleviate this situation? Again, it's nuanced because in some school, fax teachers, but she really likes that. She wants all of her special needs students in one class. She's got some fun activities. Working with time works for them. She loves it that way. Retired, one teacher comes, oh my goodness. It's just something we need to be aware of and help work with those.
That's a good time to have a para classroom.
Paras in a class. As we hold a survey of special education, transition graders, secondary teachers, pull up the data, but we might get there now that we have technology. I want to back up though. We're hopeful. Joyce, can we back up, please? Don't slide back.
There again. You wanted two.
There we go.
Safety.
Johnny, high school freshman. Johnny has a rare disorder that I'm not going to name because there's only 2 or 3 students in the state that actually have a particular. Johnny does want to participate in Woods. Dad's a contractor. So he helps Dad. Pulls apart. There's a lot of things. Dad includes him in a lot of ways. He really wanted to build an entertainment center. Family ran into some barriers, right? The Woods, I mean, he just can't pass the safety test, guys. It's a non-starter. Not gonna work. I mean, the liability would eat me up. I just can't have it. Johnny, meanwhile, really wants to participate. What do we do? Any thoughts about to manage that situation?
In my high school ed world, I co-taught chemistry. And so we had to differentiate the safety test for medicine. It was very for any student on an IEP still had to have 3 science credits, and one of those science credits was chemistry. For years I co-taught, and so we found a differentiated safety test so our students could then do the chemistry, all the experiments and such with their.
You know, you can imagine as a special education teacher and the shop teacher, they're just butting heads, and the special education teacher, they'll lose in all likelihood. We really need to see some administrative kinds of oversight, action, engagement in these processes, get IEP teams trained, CTE staff trained. It's the toolkit. In this case, and I don't want to, again, this is a touchy area, but I don't want to belittle safety tests. They have a place. They are important. They provide us with important information. Should not be used to keep a student out of that setting. Absolutely not okay. I think they provide an IEP team with some really important data. They can help that IEP team identify as they evaluate the curriculum for the class. Here are the activities, concepts that Johnny is going to be measured against, rated on, participate in. Here are the supports, accommodations, be successful in that. Because that's, yeah, there are all kinds of things that John. He loves to sand. He really has an eye for staying. This is beautiful things of furnishings. These are moved, they're an entertainment center. Place. Good. Great goal. And helping you to build some skills that fits with its IEP. Get those to develop those fine motor skills, various number of things. It fits. And that's what the conversation is about. So, getting the teacher. What it is, what Johnny can do, and what would steer him away from. We're able to resolve that situation. Again, we don't want to leave our special education teachers out there trying to butt heads and our barriers, safety tests. Another one that comes up is, well, Susie's never going to pass the course completion exam or the industry certification. So we can't, right? If we do, then the students won't be eligible for that industry certified credential. So no, we just can't modify. Area, right? And we modify.
You betcha.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's students need, right? But there are still things out there that hang on to that. Nope, we can't. You know, this is about an industry that's credential and we just can't do it. We can. That may be true for most students, but when you're talking about this student, yeah, that doesn't in a very narrow set of circumstances. Again, fighting the IP. Go to. Want to, well, moving forward, keep connecting them. Next up, because we're going to run out of time here and we all want to get to lunch. I want to direct you to this too. It's a long document. I apologize because we took down a lot of trees to get you all these copies, but worth it. I would really love to have your feedback. Again, please do not copy and distribute. This is far from a finished. There is some important information that we're going to use as we train schools across the state to help them connect with their CTE programs and special populations. In Kansas, one of those primary populations is students served under the IDEA. We saw that significant discrepancy. 10% of our CTE population, students with disabilities. So again, looking at this first page on page 4, I don't know if you can pull up that.
That's funny.
It's
Put up on my.
It's in an email if you can grab it there. And if not, no worries.
No idea.
Can you open up the Google Forms?
She's got it open, but it's just not on the screen.
Yeah,
Okay, we're gonna get to that next. So Don, if you can open that up, we're gonna take a
well,
look.
I have it open, but it's not.
She doesn't know how to share it on screen.
Oh, it's gonna
That's
be
the
open.
problem.
As soon as you click the link, it'll take you to another page. And you're gonna have to stop sharing this page and share that next page. All of a list of the special populations identified in the Perkins legislation.
Andy, what's your timeline on having the toolkit out for publication? Haven't
We hope
Full
in
day.
about a month, Lena. And again, Lena was part of the panel who helped develop this document, this toolkit. We connected with practitioners across the state, subject matter experts from across the state to help us develop this.
Here's a questionnaire.
Perkins 5 requirements for special populations, key area you want to look at on page 4. I want to take you there. Again, I'd encourage you to read the whole document. You take you to page 9. You'll see in the top left corner, accessing student data. That's where we were at to start our presentation today. When you get this in electronic format, it will live links and you can go click and then go find that. And then statewide data, but really each particular school building. High school. Next page, defining CTE participants, concentrators. When you look at that CTE participation data, you're going to see the total for all students. But those students are divided among participants, meaning students who are just getting started. They're taking their first class in a CTE pathway. Concentrators have completed 2 or more classes in a CTE pathway. Completer, they've completed all of the classes in the CTE pathway. To that status. When we look at the graduation information, that's for students who have reached concentrator status. When we get our special needs students, level, good things happen. Graduation, secondary participation, employment, great outcomes. Comfort. Conducting gap analysis, large within the CTE population versus the 17% within the general population. So we know there's a gap statewide. What does that look like at the local level? That's what schools need to dive into. Interestingly, as we look to our survey results, we're going to see that it's not happening. People don't, they haven't even taken a look at their data to find out where those gaps are.
Maybe I will send out everything that you sent me to the group.
Establish page 11. Establish regular feedback loops and ongoing stakeholder engagement activities. Primarily, what we ask schools to do, we do audit schools, a dozen or so districts each year. As we do, we ask them to show us where you have connected with your staff, CTE data, show us where your underrepresented populations are. You're doing about regular feedback loops. We don't want you doing it just because you're under audit. We want you doing this as a regular practice. Should be happening all the time. At least once a year. Best practice would be once per semester. So, not always happening for a variety of reasons. But one of the things we're going to tackle. On page 14, you'll see the barriers that present as students try to access pathways. again, can't emphasize enough that frequent response we hear from staff members is, oh, no, all of our students have access to all of our classes. Here all the time. And I said, "No." And I said, "Let's check." And inevitably, we find underrepresented. Almost everything. How many of us have gone into a welding class in any high school in Kansas? That's the class. Perfect. That's the way I'm seeing.
We had to build a girls' locker room.
Some of our best welders.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We have a
Smaller hands.
program. And honestly, I, they're good paid jobs. And when you who they are, you just want them to show up and get things taken care of. And when they do, very happy. So yeah, we want females in those jobs. We want everybody in those jobs. They're experiencing success even with students with intellectual disabilities in other states, training them to be plumbers, assistants, electricians, helpers, a variety of other things. They're doing great things out there. So opportunities, we need to get these folks engaged, right? So looking at the barriers, there are a number of barriers. Then case studies, you will see that right now. It says, oh, or 1 to 2 paragraph case study example from the KSDE team. Again, this is not a through big time. So when you see those things, if you have success stories, please send them my way. We found both a little bit reluctant to share. Often they tie to a student and why that student or why that teacher's not here anymore, really verify, validate, various obstacles. So we have success here. If you'd be interested, one of the important things we work to develop is page 19, action strength-based thinking. Too often we find barriers come from a weakness, deficit thinking. So there's some good examples there. We want to train teams to shift gears and leave the deficit model behind and focus on being active and focus on the skills and what can the student do.
Areas to improve, not weaknesses.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, reach that all the time.
It's lost all the time.
It is, and it's an educational act, right? It just keeps coming back. Come about it. Here's the way to go about it. It doesn't things overnight, but over time we make a difference. We make a shift. That's where we're going with. I can go on. Like, but I want to point out that we're identifying the CTSOs, career technical organization, partners across the state. They are critical as we look to get students involved. If we don't have them, we encourage them to create them. There are a host of different organizations throughout the state. Later, you'll see some of those partners are workforce partners. Workforce partners do great jobs. They become industry services in school. Yet in some cases, they come through training, so they are interview ready. A certificate for that. Interviews, they work We'll connect them with real interviews. They have money available to provide assistive technology. Now, we can go and spend that money. Great things happening there. They don't happen if we don't reach out. We had our data pulled up. One of the responses we had from administrator, our special ed teachers never hear from CTE teachers, so they just assume that their students aren't welcome. The CTE teachers do the same thing. Somewhere along the line, we've got to intervene and say, and it's not me from KSDE, it's got to be local administrators saying, hey, we need to connect the dots. We've got to be engaged and talk about these things. And it's critical, especially as we talk about barriers. Special ed teachers, they're starting to build schedule. They're limited. Basically, they're scheduled, forced into a schedule. I believe.
Jennifer has a question.
You bet.
Not really sure if you can answer this one specifically, but the campus workforce, do they have funding or accessibility? Is it like a separate resource for accessibility? Because we're trying to get in contact with workforce, but we have an issue with the funding for the interpreter.
Interesting. Good question.
Yeah, so I don't know if you know anybody at workforce that can answer this, because some of their staff are not really up to date with providing accessibility to the students.
I would have them here, and I've got many different places to bookmark. I want to connect you to, depends on the region, the workforce region that you're talking about or that you're working in. So for region
in the city area.
I don't have any specific contacts there, but can find. Wichita has some great staff dedicated to that very question. Deb Scheibler, who's the director for regions 1 and 2, which are combined now, does a great job with that. I want to say, yes, they do have funding available, but it's done on a case-by-case basis, and they make that determination. Yes, I will absolutely get you the right contact person in Kansas City. You'll see on page 33 links to those local workforce regions, maps showing the regions. You'll see in the top right corner what used to be region 2. North Kansas was region 2, now is part of workforce 1. And that's Deb Scheibler, so she's got more than half the state. Very, very busy person. Does a great job. They are willing and anxious to connect with school leaders, and I promise you, they're understaffed and overworked. As you look at that area, region 1 area, I mean, you're going to have to be consistent to get these folks in school. Heard that in our survey too. Pre-ed folks, we can't get workforce, we can't get, we don't see them. And you won't. Sadly, it's just a reality. They are stretched thin. It takes persistence. Working to be better, really want to be there. Wichita is an area of strength. They've got some great people work with our students with disabilities. I encourage you to reach out. Look to that page. I'll look to the kids.
Great, thank you.
All righty. Let's wrap it up there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, we are going to go ahead and break a little bit early for lunch. We will return at 12:45, and at that time we will
straight into the Tasman overview. So be ready at 12:45.
Great. Come back.
And Lena and I also.
Oh, yeah, I can't say no to anything.
I mean, I don't know when I finish it, but I.
I guess he does. I don't.
Like, if I go. I'm like, what college?
Okay, we're gonna come back together for the rest of our meeting, so thank you all. I hope you had a nice lunch. We are to the agenda item of TASN overview because we moved indicator 3 up to this morning. So Kevin Davis is here. Kevin, is it just you? Do you have a
Michelle, hey.
Michelle is here.
With me
Great,
as well.
hello, welcome. You can present from wherever feels comfortable. The camera's up here, so whatever works for you.
So, hello, everyone. I am
Yeah.
Kevin Davis. My colleague is Michelle Hayes. We are co-directors of the Task Coordination. And you've never seen it hot off the press, modified a couple months ago. Cameron's up here, you said.
You're good.
Task is set a set of puts together to meet the obligation within IDEA and ESEA in providing support and technical assistance to school districts to help them achieve those program outcomes. Many states approach it vastly different than Kansas. Kansas has had strong leadership at the SEAC, and because that, they have packaged them together in a very tight network to make it easier for schools and families to access supports for us and to hopefully make more alignment of the resources. The document that we shared with you, it looks like a org structure, but it's more like a communication type chart. It's what I think about it as.
Yes, so at the top, you'll notice that it lists the Kansas State Department of Education and the Special Education and Title Services. And then all of the different project names all underneath. So all of the different projects that meet these specialized niche areas of need that KSDE has identified are at the direction of KSDE. And so you'll notice coordination falls right underneath there and evaluation. So as Kevin mentioned, we are with the coordination project and we provide direct support to all of the projects that are listed here. And we work closely with our evaluation team to also utilize data to make evidence-based decisions. You'll notice that as you look at it, the different projects that are all listed, many of them are projects that you likely have heard from before. And then there are some additional ones that have been listed there. So one to highlight would definitely be the Kansas Youth Transition Network. And that is a grant that was started 2 years ago. Yes, that has just gotten really off the ground, that we do have a coordinator for that works closely here with Stacy Martin, focused on meeting the outcomes of the grant. So that would be one new piece. An additional piece to highlight would be that our high quality, inclusive instructional learning environment project, which is what it used to be called, and you'll see that on the second page here, has been renamed to KILT, which is much easier for us. And it is named the Kansas Inclusive Learning and Teaching Project. And so
all of the projects here exist to implement evidence-based practices resulting in improved student outcomes. And every project that is listed on this front page as part of our communication structure is also listed on the second page, except for the one we just mentioned, the high quality instruction is now killed.
So just a couple of questions. What is IDEA administration and as a project?
Excellent question. You know, the projects are set up to provide support from teachers to the SEA level staff. This IDEA administration capacity building is specifically focused on building support and providing support to the SEA staff, to Bert and his team. So they run, it is TACE out of Utah State University. So you have Task 12, you have, that whole package of things that Norm aims.
Okay, and is it the same on the KSD sets and early childhood programs? Is that SEA level support or what is it?
That one is actually their staff, because part of the challenge is that we are not supplanting the SEA role. We are supplementing it. And so their staff, while not technically a contract, our work and our efforts should align to theirs, because their roles and their responsibilities as a staff also exist there to support teachers, families, and districts. But
This is Amanda Peterson's
that's Amanda Peterson's team and Bert's team.
and Bert's.
Yes. And because it's, we partner with, I guess Lisa's walked away, but with the other staff to do things and
Helping them plan for their different webinars and such, or their in-person events.
And while you're on this page, one of the other things I'm proud is there's, I want to say 12 different fiscal agents that have these contracts. And I would point out that we have John Harding back from Fiscal Line, who has the contract that does TSDI and comms. And we have Jennifer here with Fiscal for the Deaf, which houses the DoD budget as well. So we have, it is a really nice connected network.
I think on the next page, it helps to organize as far as the projects go, at what level they are providing support. And so you'll notice that some are more targeted at the system level versus some that are working directly with the teachers versus some that are working directly with adults to design specially designed instruction. And I think it's just important when you see many of these projects here, while all of them support school improvement, they all do have their own important niche areas, and it is all about supplementing.
So you said that KILT is not on here?
Yes, so that very first one in the middle box, that one now is KILT. Yes. So as
That's where I thought it would go, but I just.
Yes, absolutely. So as we've been updating, we updated this one, and our evaluation partners are currently updating this one. It does a nice job of outlining what the projects are and where in which they intervene.
One of the things that I really like about kind of this second page is you think about it as there is a chunk of people that are really working around system level coherency, helping the special education agencies, the LEAs, function and do things well and efficiently, effectively, compliantly. Then you have the second group, which is really about building the capacity of the staff within that district. And then the far right group, this is one that I really like. I'm giving the credit to our evaluation team on the wording of this. So our ATBS group, Autism Tertiary Behavior Supports, a lot of times you'll hear people say they intervene at the student level. Like, they don't intervene at the student level. They intervene at the individual teacher level above that student to help that team to build capacity there to provide spatially designed instruction. They are not the providers of spatially designed instruction. They are not the firefighters for an individual kid all the time. They should be, they're coming in and their focus is building the capacity of that teacher so that hopefully it will generalize to the next student that they run into as well. So that's kind of why I really like that way our evaluations buffered it.
So within this structure, however it fits, we go to the TASM website and we push the button. On the back end, what's happening?
If you push the big blue button in a request, 80% of the time I will push it. And so TASM has existed. And it's just 15 years now, starting in 16th year as TASM. I've been around predating that, so I know a lot of the people in the system and the agency. Michelle I come from special ed. Michelle comes from the SEAC side, and so what we do is try to help navigate and connect people to what are possible and viable resources. You know, whether it's simple, I can't find this document or resource. You know, how to get this information. And the answer may be in one of the service centers or a national resource center. And so that is our role in coordination is that connect and kind of broker and allocate resources, connect resources to school districts and families. And families together, there's always a debate whether families together should be on this graphic. And it's like, they are such close partners and we work so closely with them. They kind of belong on the graphic.
I think on the website they are.
Yeah.
In there, you know, whether that's either here or there. But.
Yeah.
So, and maybe you're getting this, so I apologize. I'm being preemptive, but I know that there have been a lot of, or at least a few people who have retired or moved into different roles. So, like, we are the leads now for if they've changed.
So we have updated the ATBF team.
Okay.
Yep. And so while it was Lee Stickle, now it is Dr. Beth Levenadine. And we can send a document that looks exactly like this that also lists underneath the project director's names and their contact information so that you don't have to keep track of all of it. In addition, the KYTN grant, the Kansas Youth Transition Network, the coordinator for that that's working closely with Stacy Martin would be Kayla Day. And then, oh, and
MTSS has used to
be retired, yes.
Directors. And so they just went down to a single director, Todd Wheatman.
SMHI, the School Mental Health Professional Development and Coaching. The project director there is Amy Wells. GSTAD, right? Yeah. GSTAD. We have GSTAD would also have a new project director, and that would be Laura Jurgens. Some of you may know.
GSTAD, yes. And, you know, it's a kind of, we've been spending a lot of time trying to go back into the website, clean it up and tighten it up. You know, it is, when you've interacted with TASM, you realize, I'm sure you've realized it's a lot of very passionate, highly intelligent, highly driven people and they create a ton of resources. And sometimes they take a step back and be like, what have we done? What is still sitting there? What is moving us forward, and what may be causing confusion or distraction? And as the contracts were just awarded in June of this year, so July 1, we have really started to be able to step back and start thinking, okay, how can we start streamlining this, make this a cleaner, easier system to operate? The TASM newsletter, if you all, we modified that. So instead of trying to guess on when people are going to be adding events to the calendars, you have a link that it'll just give you your next 6 links, 6 weeks, that is live, updated, trying to do simple things like that that improve communication so that it's easier to maintain, more accurate, and get you the most current information.
I would add that, as you notice, we have divided the projects up as far as who we take the lead for interacting with and providing direct support to the project directors, and then learning all of the different nuances of the different fiscal agents. And then behind the scenes, we're working together, just like to provide them a lead contact. And also part of all of this has been making sure that we aren't duplicating efforts. So we play the role in helping projects as they do uncover needs, or as KSDE has needs, to look to see, well, where does that already exist? Is it more about connecting with another project? Or is it the responsibility of this particular project? As well as the state rolls out anything new, any new initiatives, especially currently with the accreditation work, then keeping projects up to date on what is happening there, what that means for the work that they are doing, the ways in which they supplement supports, and make sure that all students are part of the work taking place there. All students' needs are being met, advocated for, and part of the decision making.
I would love to see that other page that you just talked about.
Yes. I can go sit down and I can send it right now so that you all can have it. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great.
We have went through in the last week cleaning up, checking language on the website because of recent board actions and decisions, and making sure all staff contacts are up. You're going to be seeing more consistency in the web pages too for projects as well. So hopefully that will become easy to navigate for you as well.
And I don't want you to feel like I'm asking these questions. I don't feel like, but like, it's just, I actually asked for some of this to be on this agenda just because of the changeover and people and all of that. So it's just nice to have and know who to contact now. Right? I appreciate it.
And, one of the other weird things is that it's, you see Michelle and I, coordination, we don't, setting up at the top there between the projects and KSDE, we're kind of also the catch-all of other duties as assigned, which if you ever hear anybody talk about letters, that is like, why does that end up in coordination? It's one of the things that we picked up to carry off and pull off for the state. And all that, you will see Michelle has been involved in a couple of the ESCA waivers over the years. And so, it puts us in an interesting position that allows us to kind of see what the SCA is dealing with, and then working with the project directors and trying to say, okay, how does this translate as we're working with directors and staff in districts and districts.
Unique position to see the way in which the project directors are making sense of things, but then also the ways in which directors that are working in the local districts are making sense of things.
We've seen a deeper integration of TASM across systems last 3 years. And Proctor, these projects came up for rebid. There was a question as to whether or not we would have these projects. So I spent quite a bit of time with Dr. Proctor, informing him of how these systems work. Spent quite a bit of time with Michelle, having conversations, and as a result of that, we were allowed to have 2-year contracts with the possibility of adding 3 more years. So these contracts are 2 years. Then we will have to come back under our new deputy commissioner, and we will have to decide if this is going to be continued. So it's very interesting dynamic when you change leadership at the top, how priorities shift. And with Dr. Watson, we're going to have to see what happens at the commissioner level. And how normally when you come in, you have ideas on how you want things to change, but you have to work through the Board of Education. You can't just immediately say, well, I'm going to, and board members say, we don't think so. So it's a matter of building that relationship and that collaborative team. These programs are currently integrated across our school improvement work. I know that Michelle serves on the new school improvement team that Dr. Nugent has put together. I know that Mary, who also works with the Kansas Learning Network, she also is on this. And so what it amounts to is an integration across the technical assistance network, who is basically working under SET's direction, but also works for the Kansas State Department of Education. And we've never had that linkage in the past. It's always been a SET's program, process, direction. We've led the work, and it's based upon funding that is blended between ESEA and IDEA to meet our general supervision responsibilities. So TASN really was designed to be an integrated process to assist agencies and districts to have systems of support from special ed and title services, where we used to have 110 members on the team. We're down to 30. So this project filled the void, providing that technical assistance across the state. And many states are jealous of our system. They'd like to have it. Tell us that at meetings when they find out what we're doing as a state. But we want to make sure that we communicate it as a priority and the importance of continuing the design, because it's meant to support school districts, parents, and most importantly, students. So we want you to be aware of that. So introducing you to Kevin and Michelle helps you put faces and processes. Having the design, organizational design, gives you background information. And then if any of these programs you hear about or you have questions about, you want to have a presentation, we can bring in Michelle, Kevin, a lead for these projects, who can give you a deeper dive into exactly what they do within that individual project.
Well,
You need to be informed.
it would be detrimental to the field to lose the projects. I mean, I have more kids, staff, to your point, because I very much agree with that, that ATVS is having to come in and help with, because behaviors are just increasing, and staff, the gen ed, special ed staff is, I don't know how I can. Than I've ever, excuse me, than I've ever had. Mental health's not going away, teacher shortage not going away. I mean, like, so like, that would be detrimental.
But we're blessed because we got them continued. I mean, Dr. Proctor did a 180. So originally, after I spent some time with the show work, so that we can prove the point that these projects are critical to support the work here in the state, because they are meaningful. They are evaluated, and I think that's what helped a lot, was that they have excellent evaluation from Amy Gelmer Erickson, her team. They put together the outcomes that are achieved through each project through a rating scale of surveys of any training or any process. There's evaluations filled out, and they're all very highly rated. And so people are telling us this is important and this is critical and this is helpful. And so we want to be sure they continue. So I'm glad you asked about getting as on the agenda. And then, as I said, if we want to have any updates at a meeting on any individual program, I know that they would be glad to bring those individuals that lead these projects to let you know what's going on. I mean, teacher of the deaf, teacher of the visually impaired. I mean, that program is designed to get people enrolled in programs to gain licensure. The Kansas Information Resource Center, I used it for my blind child continuously. I would send them what I need in book or in workbook or in resources. They would get it for me. You should have seen the sheets that came for geometry. One problem would fill this table. Because you can imagine having to do touch, be able to figure out the geometry problems. He was very bright and quite well. He's now a lawyer in Savannah. Was on this SEAC for about 2 meetings. And then he and his brother-in-law started rehabbing homes in this area. And he's completely blind. Lost both eyes to cancer when school. We put him through school at all 9 yards. But anyway, I digress. The whole point is that these are critical programs and that we want to make sure that they'll continue because they're evidence-based. They have them proved in the outcomes for districts, teachers, administrators, and students.
And so imperative really to the success of where the issues run deep no matter where. So like in rural America, I don't have access to something. Sometimes you guys that are in the field, like we just need to hear from the third person because they don't want to listen to me. They don't want to, right? So we bring someone else in and it's just nice to have that resource. Hear some of that stuff. Or in the city, sometimes there's too many or not enough all at the same time. So it, like I said, it would be detrimental to us as a state.
And, I don't know if it'd be helpful to you or interest to you is that, also all these projects align to some degree the SPP APR indicators.
Absolutely.
Because, you sit there and you think about the Kansas learning environments, co-teaching, UDL, and assistive technology. That's about getting students within the general education classroom engaged in the curriculum in the least restrictive environment so that they can achieve the outcomes. So, MTSS, that's another huge one, which they don't talk about it this way, but it's really about LRE. Our students with disabilities are in general education settings most of the time. So we need the MTSS help set up systems and structures that allow our students with disabilities to be successful when they're not with the special education teacher to be able to learn and grow. So if you're interested and you would find that interesting, we've asked the projects to kind of say, these indicators and of SDP or indicators, and just say that they are tied to the outcomes that the state and you are not you. Those of you that are on LEAs districts get your LEAs based on it.
It also works on the ESEA side because KLN, the Kansas Learning Network, provides direct assistance to identify buildings and districts. 2 people, maybe we could send out the field. They have 13. They have 2 very large districts. So, I mean, there's so much going on. We would not have leadership. We would not have spent quarterlies. We didn't have the organization within the system that would help us to plan, design, because that's what they do. Some of you know Brad Schwartz. With them to support all of our conferences. I can't do it. Help them if we tried to. We would have very peaceful services, and I can no longer say that I feel like they're evidence-based. We wouldn't have capacity to be.
And, we really read that meaning of we are not serving. President is not a service. We do not do everything that you could possibly. KSDE has identified the work. These are priorities. These are tied to the requirements to achieve the outcomes of SEA, IDEA. And, it's fascinating to look at the offering of Greenbush coming out lately. Some amazing offerings. I think, it provides a nice kind of bridge where TASN and districts are, because there is a level of agency policy regulation and district policies, and then getting in instructional practices and assessment practices. So I think I appreciate what person and hopefully playing well and aligning, not duplicating. Any other questions, wishes, wondering?
Great overview.
Glad to have this information.
And I'll go sit down and send that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and we're done with indicator 3. So we are now moving on to the differentiated monitoring update with Bert again.
Yes, right there. You want to move to the next slide? Okay. So there we go. I'll find it. It's here. So one of the things that we need to talk to you about, and that we'll be having a lot more time spent with you in November, is our differentiated monitoring that we went through last September that many of you have been on that interview. Then we had them come in September and do the onsite. From the onsite, we had 16 areas of corrective action under 4 lead areas. I think they're on here somewhere. See if they found them listed. Basically, general supervision, we had 2 findings we had to work on. All of them are general supervision, but I'm trying to think of the title. 2 of those, there were 2 data, there were 2 fiscal, and then there were 9 dispute resolution. And we found out from other states that dispute resolution was the area all of the states have found the most issues with across the country that have had. So this was an area that they really hit hard, and that they were trying to train states in what they expected and us to build in dispute resolution. So you'll notice it says that state monitoring enforcement are the primary responsibility of OSAC. And then we get our annual determinations through the state performance plan annual. Those are normal, and we have met requirements for 14 years. So our level of determination has been met. And so it was a surprise that areas that OSAC was identifying as lacking what they consider to be compliance. One of our biggest issues is definition. Because in our state, we have LEAs 2 ways explained. One is the districts are LEAs. So they all have a number. So you could be a 282, a 259, a 500, a 501. Well, our state for years has had a local number, which are 600. So you're a 601, a 618. That means you're a standalone organization, and districts purchase their special education services from you. So you have your own director, you have your own board, you have your own clerk, you have your own audits, you do everything. You can do everything except capital outlay. So you're not allowed to have a capital outlay. There's no way that you can The districts can fix that. But that's the other high things, is you have to have space for your people. So when, I'm gonna give an example, when SEK in Pittsburgh moved from Pittsburgh being the sponsoring district to the cooperative to an interlocal, they ended up having to, I don't know if they purchased it or if they rented a huge facility in downtown. And in that facility, they house their speech, their OT, their PT, their school psychs, their social workers, their admins. That comes at a very high cost. So all the districts were automatically assessed facilities. Your transportation is separate unless you have it in your agreement. You're providing the transportation for your students that are disabled that have transportation. Unless you have something in that 600 agreement that says districts provide their own transportation. It's all in the language. So about 15 years ago, 82, and I was both a district and a cooperative. I had the same number. In my case would be 282, and it meant both things. Then the state decided we're going to give you all 700 numbers. Cooperatives got 700 numbers. We had an LEA number in the 700s. So OSEP came in and they said, we cannot figure out your definition of LEA because you're only monitoring districts, but you have locals in these cooperatives. We can't figure out that relationship. And it all came down to who signs the assurances. Every year, the system that receives the federal funding has to sign about 23 assurances. That we will ensure that we'll do this, 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 this. The individual districts were not signing that. The interlocal cooperatives were signing that. So what that meant was that we actually had about 77 LEAs accountable for IDP. Instead of 285 now. So that became our problem to explain to OSEP, and they didn't agree with us. And they basically say, we want you reporting your data at the LEA level, who signs the assurance.
Like the 6 assurances?
Or the ones that you sign your LEA application requires you to sign assurances.
It's ironic that you bring this up though, because my sponsoring district board signs that every year.
You're a sponsoring district and
I'm a co-op.
And you're a co-op. Well, that means that co-op board is accountable for all of the business accounts.
But that's the host district.
And they become your LEA.
And I just got that question from my mentee as well. So like, this is a question that's obviously.
Well, then this is what you tell them. You say, as a cooperative interlocal, you're accountable for the general supervision of all of your districts. So what this means is that we're going to have to turn in policies, practices, and procedures by October 8th to OSEP that show that we're changing our model from looking at 285 districts to looking at the 77 systems that are LEAs. So if you're a standalone district, then you sign your own assurances. So Derby, Kansas City, Kansas is a co-op. Wyandotte County. So they're under that Kansas City board, if you will, but they are still a cooperative that gets signed, or an interlocal, one or the other. So in other words, that LEA for Wyandotte County is the one who's going to become accountable for all the SPP APR indicators and for all of the issues of noncompliance, which they will then have to pass on to their districts. Because we can't do both. We can't ding the district and ding the interlocal cooperative. So we are writing PPPs that whoever signs that assurance document now becomes the LEA of record. And they will be accountable for meeting the IDEA requirements and held to that standard. Yes.
So when you look at LEA for like the actual meetings, does that mean we have to have an LEA from the co-op there, or can it still be like the building administrator?
Within state capacity, your building administrator is your LEA representative. Okay. Because we still have district LEAs in the state.
I'm just verifying that.
Yeah, good question. But when it comes to the accountability for the OSEP differentiated monitoring requirements for the SPP APR, we now have to report it at the LEA level of signed assurances. Districts are still accountable for IDEA. They can't waive that responsibility, which we kept trying to tell them. The individual district, if Lena is Newton, Lena is responsible for making sure that Newton is compliant, even if she's a member of the Coffee County Cooperative. And they wouldn't buy it. So we're trying to figure out how we're going to put the language in to make that LEA change.
And that, I guess my initial response is, maybe I'm just not interpreting it correctly, but it is already frustrating as a director that I have to make sure they do this, they do this, they do this, when I have no real authority over them. And then I get a new, I need to make sure that they're doing their independent audits too. And I'm like, what, how am I responsible for that? And I feel like this is another, like, go make sure your districts are following the rules. You know, get things.
And we would change our state practice and hold the districts accountable for signing the individual assurances. And that would take a change in regulation. I know that people don't like open regulation because once you open, everything's open. I'm just saying this is part of what we plan to do, and we'll argue with those steps. But we have a meeting with them next Tuesday. And with Brian gone, it's going to be very interesting because Laura Jurgensen saying she's been working with him on how we're going to lead that discussion. And we'll see what part goes with those things. But I bring that up because that is part of the general supervision accountability. It's who's accountable. So then you look at the SEA responsibility for monitoring, and that's me, KSDE. We have to identify the non-compliance. I keep telling people I have to monitor it. Whether I want to or not, I'm required to, because if I don't, then I'll put somebody here who will. And then another issue they had was pre-finding correction, because they thought that we were allowing districts to do corrections before we had findings. And not necessarily, but it's something we have to write into the PPPs that we will not allow. We also had some preschool 619 requirements that came up because the SICC people reported to their person that things were all not good between Part C and Part B. So that means that we've got some 619 requirements that will right into corrective action. It's just another step, a hoop we jump through. And then how we give a notification of non-compliance requires us now to include the regulation or the statute that was violated. I can't just say that you did not have a file review for question number 3 finding. I have to tell you why you didn't in the regulation or the statute. So then under data, we want the data system to be valid and reliable data. So the problem we had was with SPP APR indicators 4A and 4B for the annual reporting, which is significant discrepancy. And so they want us to have a clearer reporting for 4A and 4B, which we've already planned, and we'll get them a PPP for that. And then how we're collecting the data seems to be an issue. Doesn't this sound like fun?
Sounds
complicated. It is. And then the fiscal management had to do with subrecipient monitoring. They want us doing more monitoring of subrecipients that receive the fiscal funds, which would be the LEAs that are receiving them, which would be the co-ops. And then how we give grant award notifications, we have certain language in those notifications that we will add. It'll be done. And then dispute resolution is our big area, since we had 9 areas there. In state complaints, we have to define the parties to a state. So they want a definition there. The procedures for filing state complaints, they want those clearer language. Tracking the state complaint decision and corrective actions, we have to come up with a Excel, I'm gonna call it Excel, but a data system. It shows when we received the complaint, when the hearing officer was assigned, when the hearing officer had their finding or not, then if it was appealed, when it was appealed, and then if corrective action was assigned after the appeal, what was that corrective action? Who's doing the monitoring that that corrective action actually evidence that it's been corrected? And the thing that we're really bothered by is, how do you know it's been implemented? Which means we're gonna have to go another step to try and figure out, do we have to go out to the district and see the kid in the classroom getting the service? Or are we gonna do that? So we have to write that into the decision. Because remember, they kept asking us, how do you know? So that's gonna be a thing. But we figured it out. I'm gonna address the compliance found through state complaint resolutions. So if there was a resolution, then it's that same system of going through those steps. And if you're in mediation, even if you reach a resolution, the parent can still continue the formal complaint. It doesn't end. And the timeline doesn't change. So if the timeline for the 30 days starts on October 1st, you have 30 days to complete that formal complaint and get to the end of it under our state regulation. And let's say that I say, well, I'm going to mediate with you, and we sit down and it takes us 3 weeks. That doesn't stop that timeline for that formal complaint. And so that's part of the problem we had as we were going over without additional time for the resolution. Mediation. And then extensions to the 60-day timeline were a question because nationally, federally, you have 60 days. Kansas says we have 30 days, and then we have up to 30 days for an appeal to occur and a final decision to be. That's why we have the 30-30. And so extensions were being granted for due process, not state complaints, from what I recall. And the complaint officer was not putting in writing that they were approving. And so they would call and just say, we're continuing. Wasn't in writing, and it didn't that complaint officer, then where's your documentation and how do you know that it got done within the timeline? Mediation, confidentiality mediation discussions, there was some concerns about, is it confidential, is it not? Do you have a signed agreement? We'll have a PPP written on it. And then due process, was that timely resolution? Because the one that was pulled up had extra days added on to the 45 days, and there was no evidence that the hearing officer had signed any of an extension. That's that same thing. You have so many days to do it, and expedited due process is normally on behaviors. And you have an expedited due process because you think this child needs to be in an alternate setting. And then you have to have that timeline to engage in mediation because you also allow mediation. And it's a requirement for due process. So we're having to put that. And then impartial due process hearing officer knowledge. They took us to task because we have our hearing officers for formal complaints that are allowed to go to Tri-State Law Conference. And we have a pre-conference. I think this year it's on the 12th, November, and we have most of them attend. But they said that we had to have a formal process of professional development for all hearing officers and evidence that they had been appropriately trained. Because somebody brought up that our hearing officers are from out of state. Well, in most states, they're from out of state. We don't have many hearing officers that apply to be hearing officers here in Kansas. Because when we do the formal bid, somebody wanted to bid on it, fine. But when you don't get that bid, or they don't have the lowest bid, and they don't get the contract. So we're going to have to deal with that, come up with a professional development and for our due process hearing officers. which we require in Kansas to be attorneys, by the way. It didn't used to be that way. We had college professors and we had directors of special education that served as due process attorneys. And then we commissioned about 20 years ago, and they changed it to attorneys. So now the timeline, October 8th, which is, as many of you can tell, a week away, 2 weeks, week and a half. We have to have our PPPs to OSEP. And then they will have a chance to review them and give us feedback on whether or not that their requirements for updated PPPs. You'll get a copy, by the way, and whatever we're doing, as we run everything through you. So you will get a copy of it, and that's noted here. Laura will be formally providing the call next week, and Brian is responsible. He will be back on Ireland on October. Come back and immediately make sure that we get this filed with those, so we meet that deadline. And then July 10th, we have evidence that we have implemented the corrective actions. All findings require us to submit evidence. And then we'll send a memo to all LVAs and parent advocacy groups about necessary changes to dispute resolution system. And you all will receive a copy of that as well. Now, I ran through that pretty quick. Do you have any questions?
Will this be the end of the 3-year process?
Yes. Okay. And we don't know if it's going to continue or not, because one of the things that's happening right now is DEI is that OSEP is no longer pulling significant disproportionality data. Just learned about that a week ago. This has become so political that they are not going to be having that as one of the BMS monitoring requirements, which is really sad and not good for kids or cultures or families. I'm not happy about it, but I don't work for OSEP or somebody that needs that opportunity. I'm just saying, that's what we're hearing.
So Bert, if they change the LEA monitor, is that gonna change the cohorts?
Oh, yes.
And I mean, how do you envision that looking?
I'm so glad you asked.
Yeah.
So what we're talking about is moving to a 5-year cohort. And with 77 systems, that would give us 15 per year. And it will have to be a mega monitor for a system that has 18 districts, 14 districts, because we will not only be looking at that LEA and their local cooperative, but we'll also have to be looking at all the district data, because guess what happens in that model? This district and this district get a ding. That co-op gets, and interlocal gets. The corrective action goes to the interlocal cooperative, not directly to the district. So I'm just saying, if we move to that model, it's going to create a whole different LOD. And it's going to mean a lot of co-ops and interlocals that have met requirements are no longer requirements as a result of districts not meeting requirements that are served by that interlocal or that.
That's really hard, because you can sit at that meeting and, you know, have a disagreement with your child's school, but the people who it's going to impact aren't at the table. You know what I mean? Like, they're going to be accountable for it, and so they still can dig in their heels and do whatever they want.
But what we're really trying to do is work with OSEP to build a plan where we go back to district level. For right now, based upon what we have, we're going to have to look at how we're going to meet their requirement of the LEA.
So if there's a
Currently, the complaint is filed in the district.
That's something that I can't answer until my team gets together and disaggregate the individual complaint of a due process is against a school district.
Right.
But then we're gonna have to decide if we're gonna have to age them in that problem. That's gonna be a problem. How do we ensure that we're holding the right identity?
I mean, like, in reality, the way that works, at least for me, is if the complaint is filed, it's still a lot of work on me at the COG level because I have 3 small schools anyways, and I still answer. But one of the things I have in my back pocket when I'm working with the district is this complaint is filed against you. And so I don't want you to be in this complaint, you know what I mean? Like,
No, it will be filed
And-
against them, but figure out how would you be pulled into that? I'm already pulled into it. I had the due process that went 2 years. I was the one that had to be the testifier. I was the one that had to make sure that all the meetings got set up and the minutes got taken and everything was done as the director of the cooperative. And it wasn't my district that was claimed in the due process. But it was one of my districts that I then was pulled in to ensure that we got the process aligned in that. I was at every meeting, 5 meetings over 2 years. And we never did find the child eligible, and we got vindicated for all the claims that we had identified. And the child actually didn't qualify. It's all about identification. We're gonna have to decide, we're gonna have to look at this. That's why you have to be involved in this process. And once we have feedback from OSEP, that's why you're gonna get a copy of it. And then we'll have discussions in November and January. This has to be. And then we'll come up with what we're gonna do in the planning stage. Because I agree with you. If districts know that it's you, that's your next on the line, then there's no skin in the game.
If I'm a parent who's already like been rounds with the school district, there's no point in me meeting with the school district. I'm gonna insist on meeting with the co-op or interlocal. Because I mean.
I already had that happening as a director.
and I get those phone calls as well too, but like, who's the,
Yeah, what
where should
power,
it stop?
what power do you have to implement a change in that district when it's the superintendent that leads that district? That's why this isn't an easy, simple design that I've talked to you about.
People don't always play well together.
And just think about actually be implemented, like now.
It would be a year out. We'd have to have them implemented by July 10th. We have to have evidence of implementation by July 10th. So we send it to OSEP October 8th. We'll get feedback from them and probably have more work. And questions that you all bring up. And we will send them to say, here's questions that came up from the Special Advisory Council. And we'd like some assistance in how you'd like to engage the conversation. And they may want to set up an opportunity to actually meet. And why?
I mean, so much of our last meeting, was tell them how interlocals co-ops. And district. That so 100% they could not wrap their brain.
Angela Tanner Dean has been there for years and she pretty much has taken on. And thank God she stayed. Didn't leave because they have some new people that really are green. They don't know. And everybody's scared to death. It seems like it's a very quiet environment. You don't want to say the wrong word. Wrong thing. So it's a difficult opportunity, but we'll have the call next week and we'll see how that goes. And they asked for it. So we told them we'd have the information to them by the 8th. Well, we'd really like to meet. And Brian sent him information and he said, looking forward to seeing you on the 29th, and I won't be there. So Brian got Laura engaged to provide the support. You can't have anybody better than Laura representing our work. So if anything changes, because you're going to get a copy of it, which you might, and we'll make sure that you get that. You'll know what this is. It is what it is. Just have to deal with it.
Good. I'm still lost on the locals and all that sort of stuff, so.
Well,
Are they?
you and OSEC.
Okay. Good.
It was really a way to save money. I mean, back in the 70s, when
Yeah.
the law came out in 74, systems were like, we can't afford to hire a director, we can't afford to hire a school psychologist and all that. If systems were given the opportunity to form cooperatives and interlocals. Interlocals were standalone. Say, I'll be glad to run an interlocal, I have the license and I'll hire the staff and I'm ready to do everything. And she gets the contract to provide the support. So there are feeder schools or districts into that system. And then we only need one director. I might need 2 school psychs instead of 8. I mean, it was really a cost saving measure. Over the years, it's turned into some problems, I think, for co-op directors and local directors and systems that want to hire their own staff. But their agreement says they have to have a cooperative group to do that. Because that was a complaint I kept hearing from interlocal. Small districts would want to hire a para. Large district would get 2, a small district would get none. So there was a lot of unhappy feelings. But to get out of a cooperative is not a, and we had this happen this year. We had a board of education that voted to no longer be a member of the cooperative, and they had not gone through any steps. And they still think they're going to be out on their own. You have to apply within your cooperative. You have to notify KSDE. My team has to get involved. General counsel gets involved. You have to be able to show that you can provide that educational program at the same cost or lower than what you were purchasing. 2/3 of the members have to vote to allow you to leave or join.
Well,
Because they're going to be impacted.
and the same thing still applies that in small communities, still part of the finance.
Oh, yeah.
An OT,
Find one.
yeah, or to find one,
Yeah.
or to provide, I'm gonna pay you $85,000, but you only got 4 kids. I mean, you might find one, but that's not cost effective.
Yeah.
And then I can't sustain that because I'm not gonna get that reimbursed at a rate that's gonna really help me.
It's a blessing that we have interlocal cooperatives, really.
I mean, but the other problems definitely exist.
Yeah. Still not best interest, I think, OSEP to try and take this on when they've allowed the system of support to be here in Kansas since it was formed. And then all of a sudden they had a wake up call and said, wait a minute, what is this?
Maybe you should just tell everybody else, just do what you do.
I'm like, and it's not like we're underperforming. I mean, it's not like we're doing bad things.
Let's show everyone else.
Anyway, that's the brief report.
Thank you, Bert. Any questions for Bert? Okay, then we're going to move on to ex officio members. Do we have anyone from Families Together? Moving on, how about Casey?
Is Ashley still in contact?
Is the last time?
Okay.
Ashley didn't send anything, Joyce? No. Okay. Well, then I'll give a report on the fly. So KC conference is coming up in February. We're working on that. We were excited to roll out a new member benefit this year with AI. So our one of our members, Harlan, developed kind of trained an AI chatbot on all of major special education guidance documents, handbook, eligibility indicators, things like that. And so that's a new free member benefit for KC members to get a login and use that AI system. And it's a pretty slick system. So we're excited about that. We have a voice in some discussions related to school funding and some partnerships with USA Kansas and KSSA business officials to talk about just the ideas related to school funding. We're also working with USA on special education and the building leader. This is our second year doing that presentation with USA, and it's had pretty good feedback, and we're excited to collaborate on that.
Okay, good attendance on that, because I'm getting ready to present next week, I think, and I have 22 people already enrolled, and it caps at 25, so great.
So any questions for Casey? I'd be happy to fill in. Okay, Disability Rights Center. State Board.
Oh,
We've got one, yay.
it's Melanie Haas. I'm gonna disappoint you though. I don't really have a lot to add because the last couple of months, what the state board has really been focused on has a lot to do with assessments, the cut score setting, who's creating our assessments. And so we kind of got, you guys got a preview, or I think a post of some of the conversations that we've had the last couple of months. So between Frank and Gabby covering everything in the legislature. And then I shared a link in the chat, and I imagine it will be in the notes for the conversation we had in July about exactly how those cut scores were set. So that July meeting and the August meeting, just a few of the recordings if you really want to get into the weeds. But I think everyone here got a really nice overview this morning. I don't have a lot to add. Happy to answer any questions. Take more questions.
Is there a process for replacing Commissioner Watson? Is that settled yet?
It's officially settled yet. We just received his intent to retire. And so the chair and the vice chair are kind of working through what that process is going to look like. We will probably have a couple of special meetings on top of our board meeting. We can really get the ball rolling on that. Should start seeing, I think that a meeting has been announced for this week. And then we're just a few weeks away from our next board meeting. So that will all be really clear within the next month.
Any questions? Let's see. Thank you. We appreciate your attendance and participation. All right. John, are you
He's
back?
on the phone.
He's on the phone. We'll circle back. School for the Deaf. Jennifer, are you giving an update?
Well, Luann asked me to give her report, so if that's all right with you. I'm gonna grab it. All right, so KSD has been working on the strategic plan. Just finished that last spring. Distributed it out formally. See that strategic plan on our website if you want to look at it, kansasdeaf.gov. And we're right now gearing up for EASD, having a study and a visit, a site visit. And that is the Conference of Educational and Administration of School for the Deaf, the nationwide council, presidents of other deaf schools. They go around and visit the other different sites, other different deaf schools, and they go through evidence-based stuff they have and standards they have based at the school. They do different interviews at the different schools for the deaf. And we're going to go through this. After those interviews, they provide accreditation for the deaf schools. Our visit's going to come up pretty soon in November. So we're looking forward to that. The next up, this month is Deaf Awareness Month. So we have a lot of activities going on related to Deaf Awareness Month. And we just had a big Deaf Cultural Festival at the Nelson Atkins Museum of Arts. And through November 12th, we're going to have an event called Know Your Neighbor. And that is in partnership with the city of Olathe. We're going to have community people come, food, get together, have some breakfast. And Luann will be there, give a short presentation to the community, talking about deaf culture, about deaf education. And then we're going to have people come over to the gym. I think we have 5 different activities for people to do in the gym related to American Sign Language and using visual, vernacular visual communication styles. The purpose of that is for people just to develop a relationship with people in the deaf community, just to have people be more familiar with deaf culture in general. Sometimes people, doesn't matter where you live, even if you live in Olathe and the Kansas School for the Deaf is right there, you drive by the School for the Deaf all the time. You think, oh, is this a hospital? Or is this some sort of state institution or something like that? We don't know. People don't know what it is. People realize we're a real actual school. So the purpose of this is to have an opportunity for people to come in, to actually be in the school, to see how the campus works, see what we do, and see what goes on. Be nice. I think we've done it. Had some legislators have come in the past and take a tour of the campus with me. And I think it really helps the legislators to understand state board members and school districts, or have them to come and do on-site visits as well, just to really see things in person, to see what the class looks like, what the students look like. It's really nice for them. It's a good benefit for everybody. It's a good service we offer. Good. Any questions for me?
What was the date again?
The Know Your Neighbor one, November 12th. Yep, I remember that one. I'm on also with the People with Disabilities Board in Olathe as well. Have to try to remember what the first. Go back and forth. You're welcome to come visit us. If you're in the area, come and see us. Or have some registration information pretty soon. I think max, we have 200 or so, or 300 people that we can accommodate as the fire marshal rules. So we have to max it out. You're welcome to come check us out.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, John, we're circling back to you. Oh, that you're okay. We're running ahead of schedule.
John Harding, Superintendent School for the Blind. Thank you for just the opportunity, very quick. And appreciate all that it has been through. Thank you for your support of the project, a couple projects, and that's been very helpful as a way to connect with larger audiences. And our relationship with KSDE means a lot to us. So we do have an annual report about an example. We do this every year, just as a way to take a snapshot of what we do, who we serve, all of our different projects and programs and activities. So if you want a copy, I don't know how many I brought, but there's one here if anybody wants one. We did have our 5K run last Saturday. It's our nonprofit. Thank you, Melanie, for coming. A few other people came out. We had 253 registrants, which is always fun to get them on campus. We had a student sing the national anthem. She does phenomenal. Yeah, really, really powerful. But more importantly, we bring, again, students to our campus. As Jennifer said, it's really important. We are getting a new gymnasium, and that ribbon cutting will be November 6th. We're excited about that. Really is mostly a state-funded project, although we did raise $200,000 for the gym for some extras. What'll be different about our gym is we have an accessible perimeter walking system, a rope walking system that's built into it, a climbing wall. The stage will be lowered for accessibility. We'll have markings built into the floor for goal ball, tackle markings, new lighting, of course, and just a safer, more accessible space, not only for our kids, but for our community, because we do graduation and large meetings in there. Love to host SEAC again sometime, or Casey sometime. Come back. We'd love to host it. That's November 6th. Couple of conferences that I wanted to make you aware of, statewide conferences. Our Vision Symposium is the next day, November 7th. That'll be at the Drury Plaza Hotel. It's our 8th annual Vision Symposium, mostly for vision teachers, but we also are inviting administrators, anybody in special ed, early childhood special educators, even parents can come. A great lineup, really focused around vision issues, topics. It's always a fun day. Probably a couple hundred people will be there. And then in the spring, March 27th, we'll have a Kansas DPI conference. It'll also be in Wichita. This is for cerebral vision impairment, the largest cause of blindness in the nation. and doctors, optometrists, ophthalmologists, vision teachers again. But mostly focused on the younger sets of birth to 3 babies. Our fifth team, our family infant toddler can host that conference, but we'd love to have other people come and attend. So those are a couple of things that are happening. The last thing I want to mention, somebody, I think Andy was talking about CTE. We don't have a formal CTE approved program. Our funding comes from the state general fund, but we still want our kids to develop skills. I'm really convinced more every day that our kids need more options when they leave our school. We need to have meaningful, interesting things to do. We had a donor give us not give us, but our nonprofit, $100,000 to hire a development director. That development director will go search for money to rebuild our carriage house, which is the third oldest building in Wyandotte County, and our oldest building. But more than a building, it's a place for future skills and our future skills and mentor network, which is a place where kids can come and build skills. Anything from a hobby, roasting beans, to fixing grill repair riders, bike repair, all the way up to accessibility testing or higher level skills. We want kids to come to that and receive instruction, coaching, mentorship on building those skills. So when they go back home, they will have something to do in their home community. It really is important to us. Education is wonderful. Going on to college is wonderful. We need that. Everybody needs to read and do math and be able to write, but they also need interesting things that they're passionate about. So we want to raise awareness about that. Again, have this public-private sort of partnership where the state will help us, but also our community really kickstarts that fundraising, builds a place where people can gather and provides hope. To be perfectly honest, our parents need hope. They want more than just sign up for a waiver program. They want something that's tangible that they can hang on to. It's you're not shaking your head. Anybody who's in special ed knows that. So that's what we're aiming for, long-term goal. But thank you for having us today, and thanks for listening. Appreciate it.
I see that you have a principal and director of student.
Yes, thank you. Anybody who wants to apply, we have a SPED director / principal position. Dr. Deb Hauser, who some of you remember or know. Deb's still here. Deb she lives in Silver Lake and took a job here in Topeka. And so she'll be leaving us October 10th is her last day. Yeah. But we have some good, strong internal candidates, and have some strong external candidates will be moving really quickly to fill that role. We did send letters to all of the districts who have kids at our school. We let parents know, of course. So we'll be filling that really quickly. Yeah, if anybody's interested in applying, love to have you. Thanks, Lindsay, for reminding me.
I happened to see it the other day.
Yeah,
Oh.
Yeah, we were sad to see Deb go. She did a great job with us, but anybody that's in organization here, when you have an opening, you have a chance to bring in new ideas, new perspectives. So I think that's what will happen.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Your
When is-
report.
when is the conference that you mentioned?
We have 2 conferences. One, November 7th. That's our Vision Symposium in Wichita. And March 27th is in spring is our CBI conference.
March 27th.
I'm going to send, I did get Joyce a flyer with just three slides to it. I'll send that when this is over, more detail. Or you can send it.
Thanks, John. Okay, moving on to KNEA.
Hello, I'm Anna, and a couple of things. Would like to invite you all to the KNEA Summit, which is Saturday, November 1st here in Topeka, over at KNEA headquarters. We're going to have a variety of professional learning topics, also centered around racial and social justice and learning opportunities. Rebecca actually is one of our presenters that day. Do you want to share what you're presenting on?
I'm presenting on ableism, what it looks like, what it sounds like, and how it impacts people who are disabled. Not just from my perspective, but.
And Rebecca does work with the NEA Padre, we have AMA folks coming in, and then we have University of Penn State. Just a wonderful cross section, and including one of our current aspiring educators who is doing student teaching right now in the latest school district. She's also a product of their educators program, and he's presenting actually on how children who have been adopted and the differences they've seen in special ed programs. And so I'm really fascinated to hear about that one. So I will share the flyer with Joyce. You're all welcome to sign up and join us for that. Another opportunity, you may have seen it if you follow KSDE Weekly, Educators Rising has 2 regional conferences in November. One is the first week of November, November 5th, up in Olathe at Mid-America Nazarene. Gonzalo Bravo, coordinator for that. And we put the call out for judges, so that's also a great opportunity for our future educators to be professionals in the field. The other one is later in the month, in Tuesday, November 18th, and that's down in Wichita, up in Long at coordinator for that. She too needs judges and helpers, and also it's just you can attend and go see what some of the students are doing professional learning. The state conference in February, so I'll talk more about that in November. And another thing that KSDE is rolling out, we're actually expanding on a program that Adalia had gotten started through 321. It was from learning that focused on paraprofessionals, which was great, gave them some excellent learning support. We had a lot of ESP members work through that, but we're now expanding it out to our aspiring educators, our college, early career educators. And in the summer, we had a presentation at Epic Educators, which really continuing experienced educators went through a session on proactive behavior supports, loved it, and we had like 100 people sign up for expanded learning on that. So we are expanding those opportunities with our members.
Anyone have questions? Thank you. And Rebecca, we look forward to a report from you in November about how things went.
Oh, great. It's not my first one to aspiring educators. I've done a couple before, so I'm looking forward to it being a local one.
Yeah, well, we appreciate your willingness to do that for them. All right, do we have any other ex officio groups or otherwise? Okay. Moving on to the next agenda item. Do we have any agenda items that board members would like to see on the November SEAC agenda? I feel like we have deferred several things to November already today, so we've got to start.
Well, it sounds like 2 of them
Sounds
are
like
going to be
November's
pretty major topics in terms of the DNR stuff, and the other one. Yes, we can. Oh yeah, and
Okay,
I sent a
Marvin,
couple
you have.
One was that you look at the bylaws.
yes.
Okay.
The second one was a invitation on special education in special classes. And to prepare a little 3-page summary of.
A skill in and of itself.
And I'll try to get a copy of that to Joyce beforehand so that we can see you. But I think we heard to death stuff. Some of those other areas.
I know we're having some presentation on SICC, correct? Is that for
Yes.
C2B?
30 minutes.
Something related to early childhood.
Stacey,
It's Trish, Stacy, and AK was involved in
Yeah,
SEAC. So I think it had to do with some questions they had about C to B transitions. I think there's a lot of confusion right now on what that looks like and who's accountable for what. They seem to have some ideas of certain things. I heard it as part of the transition that I haven't seen regularly. So let's see how.
Just making sure we're still the liaison.
I was just making sure I didn't miss out on something that I was gonna have to help out with.
Jennifer's on the agenda. Any other topics, even if it's not for the next meeting, topics in general you want to make sure that we cover this year in SEAC?
Thing we'll need to cover. Adult prisons. That is one of our work indicators. We're doing something on that, so we put in last year's report that we do that as part of our monitoring. We've come up with a new monitoring document for what we're gonna do when we monitor adult prisons. So we'll have some information on it at some point this year. And we'll start doing that again. We have done several of them. Heather Rule has been involved in that, and Christy Weiler. They both left. We've replaced both of those. It's just getting the team together and making sure that coordinated to ensure that adult students that have not reached the age of 21 that come to special education services are receiving. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to. Although. Here at the Land and State Office Building, that may possibly change. We may go to the.
A place where we can get up on the screen without having five and figure it out, and then one comes in and pushes one button and there it was. Yes.
I can't.
They have a lot.
Yeah, it's an accessible
Yeah.
building.
Okay.
It was designed as a. School. It's.
Where we've been before.
Is that where we went in January?
Yeah.
We've been there before. It's the 501 PD office, professional development building.
Yes, yes.
And they normally let us use it for no cost. We just have to cater in. But we just have to move. Joyce, if this doesn't work for you and for us to have this technology, then we're gonna have to go meet somewhere else.
No,
We have that access.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Is it the Bishop Center?
Yes, yes.
I thought you Bishop.
Yeah.
It's the bishops.
Any other questions, agenda items? Pat, Joyce?
Lisa said the audio is not good via Teams, and Roxanne had said the same thing too, that everything was very muffled and spotty in and out. So I don't even know how good the recording is gonna be for minutes next time, just an FYI. It might not be as lengthy.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Imagine.
Okay. Oh, I would seek a motion to. I've got a motion by Lindsay and a second by Rebecca. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Do a poll, get up. Thank you.
To the reference.
Joyce, did you have the thing to fill out?
Registered my oath.
She was doing Keith's advisory. Yeah, it's great. I haven't seen her in a while. Say hi. Okay. She's great. She was.
Oh, for the, yeah, I just. I'll email the,
Thank you, Joyce, for your help.
Yeah, we appreciate all the help.
Yeah, come back and see us. Our gym, and maybe we'll have a
Oh, there you go.
technology working. We'll test it out.
You showed us that.
If you've ever built me, you know, the frustrations that come up.
Yeah.
Finally. Take care. Thank you, guys.
Uh-huh.
So was there a meeting, so was there a meeting?
Yes.
They're a co-op.
Middling was fine.
We have an agreement.
Yeah.
And she expected to be there.
So then that's how it works.
They kind of work as.
We've told both of them.
Now they're trying to think.
That they're one.
Dedicated to. And it.
All
Two